What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're going to play some rapid chess on chess.com. I'm going to be testing out an opening called the Modern Defense as part of my practice as I go back into OTB tournaments, which I have one coming up in less than 10 days, by the way. But I'm playing lots of different openings, trying to just experiment and expose myself to different types of positions. So today we're going to be looking at what's called the Modern Defense, which is fianchettoing this bishop really early, and it's very similar to a King's Indian, except with the King's Indian, you start by bringing out your knight and then you fianchetto the bishop later. The interesting thing about the modern is that you may or may not bring this knight out soon, right? Usually you're going to put your pawn on d6 and then you could bring the knight out and kind of go back into a King's Indian, or you could do other stuff. There's like a6 and d6, and sometimes you could even play it this way. This is a different type of system. So there's lots of stuff that you can do. I am not an expert at this, but I know enough to be dangerous, probably. So we're going to see how that's going to work out for us, okay? In other news, just really quickly, last time we played one game where we lost, and we did get our points refunded. So this was the game. If you were here last time, you remember Yosefi. They said they didn't cheat. Well, their account is closed. We ended up getting 13 points refunded, so we're 24.65. And just wanted to let you know. Okay, having said that, I'll play some games. What's up, Rob? How's it going? All right, let's do the pregame check. It is a new account, so let me just be careful with this one. Ooh, okay. I don't mind playing against strong players, but when I see no losses, I don't see a single loss. I don't think we should play them. It could just be that they're a really good player, but the account is so new, I don't think that that's a smart decision. So we're going to actually abort this one. I don't. Someone said you should just play the cheaters anyway and get the points refunded, which is, maybe I should, but that one seems pretty obvious. So I'm going to try again here. What's the difference between the modern and the perk? That's a good question. So, okay, well, if I, hold on, let's do the check again. Okay, this looks much more normal. You've got some blitz and bullet ratings that are very consistent with the rapid rating. Probably just a good player. All right. So the perk, you would play d6 and knight of 6. The modern, you just immediately start with the fianchetto bishop over here. And they are going for this setup, which I don't really know this at all here. Okay, let's play c6. Let's just play some principled moves. If somebody's going to fianchetto a bishop here, how about we just kind of try to make the bishop not as effective by putting our pawns like this? You can bring the bishop out, but then there's going to be like queen b3 stuff. So I think I might just wait. I think I might just wait on that. Let's just develop a piece. I don't want to overthink this. Let's just develop a piece in castle. Let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be, particularly in an opening that I'm not familiar with. I mean, I'm already not an expert on the modern, and then the G3 is a kind of a Catalan system. I'm really just kind of not in my comfort zone here. So, okay, we could sink the knight here. We could play knight bd7 and try to play like an e5, but that's going to be hard to do once they get their bishop here. Now we can bring this out and potentially trade it. Might not be a bad decision, actually. We could put it on f5 and maybe go to here. Because before I was worried about queen b3 stuff. It's kind of annoying. Okay, let's go here. Obviously, they can't play queen b3 anymore. So if I go here, I like that I'm kind of limiting this. If the knight ever moves, we trade it. The issue is obviously this knight's going to come and trade for my bishop. So maybe I just go queen d7, set up the battery. We do walk into knight e5, though. So we could play queen c8 to avoid that. Yeah, this is a pretty common idea against the fianchettoed bishop. You can go and trade it off. And the reason you want to do that is because the king becomes a lot weaker when this bishop has been traded. Let's go ahead, continue with the plan. They can take or they can just leave it. They're probably going to leave it. So I'll just trade next move. And then the game goes on. Okay. We got rid of that bishop. All right. I think that was relatively successful. Now, develop the pieces. Move the queen over by the king. They're going to play e4 if I don't stop it. So you could consider throwing the knight in there. We'd have to defend with something like f5 maybe. Or queen f5. I'm not exactly sure if that's a good trade for or not. If they play e4, I'm going to take it. Yeah, maybe we just develop. I don't think e4 is like a super scary move. We can probably just trade some stuff off and have a nice equal position. So let's go ahead. I think I will do that. The question is, does it matter which way I take this? Probably not. If I want to force the trade of the knights, I go ahead with the knight. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, the rook comes up. So I'm thinking maybe just e6, and then we can reroute our knight over here. Of course, if we play there now, we lose a pawn. So yeah, let's go e6. Once we get the knight on f6, maybe a rook on the d file. I think our position's pretty solid. I guess we have to watch out for some d5 breaks, but it doesn't look super dangerous at the moment. Actually, at the moment, it's a blunder, so they can't even do it yet. Yeah, I'm going to put my knight here. The queen's a little awkward maybe here. So if we take, my bishop is pretty much blocked out. It's not going to be doing much. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm thinking we go here, but then the knight's pretty strong on e5. We don't want to give up the bishop because we have these weaknesses, so that's definitely not on the table. c5, trying to undermine the support of the knight might be something to consider. To play rook d8, which is threatened to take this, of course, they would have a move to do something. They could just take me, but then we recapture and we build the pressure on d4. The only thing about rook d8 is, do I have to worry about any problems with f7? So rook d8, queen f3, takes. I think we're okay. We can put our queen here. We can double up, and that's defended nicely. We actually have some pressure on that. If we did have to reroute the bishop, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So maybe I'll start with this move. Maybe that's what I will do. And if they play f4, takes. Actually, that's annoying, isn't it? Okay. Maybe I don't want that. The reason that's annoying is because then they can actually attack me along the f-file, and I do not like that at all. Okay, so maybe we do take. Maybe it's not as bad as I was thinking. Let's take. We'll put the rook here. We'll set up the pieces like this, and worst case, the bishop can come back this way. Okay, they're going to just want to trade some stuff. We obviously cannot do this. We lose our bishop. So maybe just queen c7 is the move. Okay, let's go queen c7. If they take, I'm going to recapture with... I don't think they're going to take because that would just put my rook on the file. I'm attacking here, so they're probably going to play like f4. Okay, interesting move. Um, okay, option one, we go queen a5. What's the point? Their point is if they take, I can't take their bishop because I lose my queen. I could sack the queen, by the way. Take here. Rook b1, bishop a3. I'm going to get this pawn too. So I'm going to have a rook, a bishop, and a pawn for a queen, which is actually kind of an interesting thing to think about. But let's just look at queen a5 first, because queen a5, then we are just threatening to simply... Actually, no, then they can take with the queen. Actually, we're not threatening anything. I guess we're threatening this. They can play f4. If they're able to, plant this rook here, I'm not going to have a very good position. So that's why I'm thinking we can't do this. That doesn't work. I'm actually thinking about it. I'm really actually thinking about it. Okay, let's check it one more time. Takes, takes, takes. Do they have any surprising moves? I guess they could play c5 and give me two rooks against a queen, but they have this annoying pawn here. Hmm. Hmm. I think the other line with rook b1, bishop a3. I don't know, let's just say queen moves somewhere. I take it. Rook d1. I go here. They trade. I would definitely play that position, but I don't think I like the other position. I don't think I like the position. Sorry, what am I looking at? I don't think I like the position where they just play c5. Because how am I going to deal with this pawn? This pawn is going to win the game for white. And if I did this, they would go here. If I did this, they would... I mean, maybe I could do something there, but no, it seems like we shouldn't do that. I guess I could force the issue. Now, would they sacrifice it with c5? Probably. Queen a5 looks good. Looks like a good move, though. Queen a5 looks like a very good move. b4... Is b4 a problem? Takes, 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 takes. Hmm. The other thing, actually, c5 might be the move I need to play. So the thing is, if this happens, I think I'm in trouble. Even if I play bishop f8, I think they would still play this. I think they would absolutely sacrifice that. This bishop is going to be a monster. The pawn is a monster. The queen is going to join the bishop. I don't think I will survive for more than a few moves. I think we should play c5 because we stop that. We stop any support from this. And I'm actually then threatening to take this because then I have this in-between check. Okay. I think this is a good move. We'll check it after the game and see if I'm right or not. But I think this is what we need to do. We just can't allow them to make this outpost any stronger, right? Now we are actually threatening to take it. So takes, takes, check, take the bishop. That's the plan. Even if they defend the bishop, I would still do that, and we're going to win this pawn probably because we're going to have two attackers. So what is white going to do? Ah, clever move. So the point is I can't go there. I mean, I can, but they just take it. Okay, but do they lose their pawn? Hmm. Do they lose their pawn? Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this just a blunder? If they take me, I take them. This is defended. They get the pawn. No, they don't. The rook's hacked. Hold on. Takes, takes. Takes. The rook is under attack. They cannot take because of that. We win a pawn. If they take here, we take. Okay. Hold on. No, we don't. Queen f6. And we resign. Sneaky. Okay. I mean, I guess I'm thinking about taking it anyway. Because they're going to play rook d1, which is bad news if they get that in. Well, I guess I could play bishop f8 here to force the issue. It's a bit passive, but it does get the job done, I think. So if I do trade and play queen c6, if they take and take, play rook d1, king f8, I think they lose their pawn. So I'm torn. I mean, I think both of these moves might be playable here. Am I missing anything? Pretty sure they can't hold on to their pawn, right? I could play like this. Okay. Let's do it, I guess. Because bishop f8 just kind of looks pretty passive, putting the bishop there. Because basically what I'm thinking is, if I win this pawn, even though I have ugly pawns here, it's still 3 against 3. There's no obvious way for the rook to take those pawns, I don't think. And in the meanwhile, if I'm able to capture this, I'm going to have 4 against 3 in the endgame. 4 against 3. This is bound to happen. It's a forced queen trade. This is a forced bishop trade because of the rook there. So in theory, I come here, take the pawn, and somehow win the game. Unless I'm missing a way for them to either defend this with their king, which I don't think they can do, or somehow, like, you know, attack these pawns. But I'm not going to let them do that. I'm going to somehow stop that. Because they have to put the rook here because I'm going to just threaten to take it, right? Actually, no, they could go here. They could go here, sack the pawn, and try to invade, but I don't know. It's probably equal anyway. They're finally below 15 minutes. They were playing on increment that whole time. Like they basically played the whole game instantly except for like this one move, Queen F3. They thought for a minute. But other than that, they didn't really think much at all. It's pretty funny. Okay, so I mean, at least our plan is pretty simple. Take this pawn and then win with the 4 against 3. Now, it's going to get more interesting than that because we have to... White's going to do something. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to do something to try to get the rook involved on these weak pawns. Maybe they're going to try this. Maybe they're going to try A3, B4. Maybe they're going to sacrifice this and then try to push this. That's another idea for them. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's an idea to cement the pawn here. The problem is c5 is also kind of weak, so I could probably use my king, and then the rook comes up and hits this. Meanwhile, we're pushing these guys or something. Their king's kind of far away. So I don't know if that's what that's probably what they're thinking about, something like this. If they want to prepare it, I can always play a5. I can always play a5, and then they have a big weakness on b3. Here, here, here. I guess I'm just going to go with like e5 here. Here, f4 takes here, something like this. Take the pawn. And in theory, we should win the endgame. The thing you have to remember about passed pawns is they're very good, but they can also be weaknesses if they're pushed too far and they don't have support. And it's pretty easy for me to attack it, so... Yeah, a big think from the opponent here. Rook d1, b4, maybe, oh, f4. I was thinking about it, but I wasn't like totally convinced that's what they were going to do. Okay, so if I attack the pawn, rook d1, we have 1, 2. Actually, how do we win this pawn? I think when I calculated it, I thought I could get my king to c6. That's just kind of funny. Huh. You can't go to where your own pawns are. So rook d8, rook d1, f6, king f3, e5. If they take, I take, king e4, king f6. I'm in just in time. I'm going to get here and I'm going to take the pawn. Cool. So rook here, f6. Ah, okay. If they play d7, king goes, a rook comes in. That's how they can get at my pawns. So maybe I should play this first. That way, if they go here, I can play here. If they push, I can play here. They don't come in. Then I can go and take it. So f6 should be the move. f6 should be the move. And on d7, I'm going to go with the king. I don't want to let the rook get there. Because if I would have done it the other way, rook here, f6, d7, I have no way to stop that. King here, king here. They take that, I take this. I'm losing both of these pawns. Now, maybe I could fight on, but that's not ideal. So let's bring the king now. Okay. Oh, should I have played e5? Ooh, I might have. Did I need to play e5? Ooh, I may have messed this up, actually. Because if they stop me from playing e5, that's kind of a problem. Oh, interesting. They go e3? What is the point of that? They're coming this way. But okay, I'm not sure why they did that, but I think I'm glad to see it. Uh, here. Now we can play e5. And then king e6. I don't know what happened there. I think we got lucky. I think because if they would have played king e4, what was I going to do? How was I going to attack the pawn? You know? Do they want to go? Hold on. Do they want to go d7? Let's just say takes. King here, d7. Very sneaky move, actually. So how do I deal with this then? I can play rook d7, which I think I will do. Or I can put the king on d7, rook here, e5, rook e6. Yeah, the problem with rook d7 is they're going to play king here then, and I can't play e5. I mean, check. I come up. No, we can't do that. Okay, let's try this way. Let's put the king here, bring the rook, play e5, bring it up like this. And we do have increment, so this is not a huge problem time-wise. We have increment. Important thing is winning this pawn and not giving them any counterplay. So that's what they're going to try to do. Okay, let's go there. If they push this way, okay, the king comes up. So I'm going to go maybe e5 right now. Oh, they're going to play f5. Takes. Wait, if I play f5, what are they doing? I hope I'm not missing something here. These types of positions are super tricky. It's really easy to miss moves. Like you think you've calculated and then it's like, oh, I forgot about that one. Like, so I'm hope I'm not doing that. But my idea is if they take, my rook is going to be able to invade along this file. Coming up is a very committal move. Check here, check here. Check here. Actually, I wouldn't check them here because I don't want to make that trade. What I would do is go here. I think. Takes, G5, G4. Rook D4. Wow, this is getting very tricky. Of course, I could keep the king out, but I don't know if I would want to. I think I want to just go get the pawns. The other thing we could do actually here, we could go all the way down. The idea being to take this pawn. So they don't actually get our H pawn, which might even be the best. Then we could just go get this one at the right moment. Aha. So they might have to go back and not let me in. But then I can do this. And again, we have the 3 against 2, which in theory should be a win. Well, I say that. Maybe not. I don't know. Rook endings are notoriously hard to win when it's just an extra pawn. Yeah, this is definitely a critical moment for white because they have to really decide. Because once you go here, there's no way I could checkmate the king, right? Because rooks don't move that way. Wait, is there a way I can checkmate the king? Rook F8. King is totally trapped. If we went... No, I guess there's no way to do... Because you have to... Yeah, you'd have to go back to try to get your king here and checkmate, but they would always be able to like push their pawn. No, there's no way. Okay, so let's forget that out of my mind. I need like one more piece to be able to do it, but I'm expecting they might actually go back. Yeah, they do. Okay, so we get the file. That's great. We can also get this pawn whenever we want, or we can just try to do other things. We can take our time too. We can like play A5 if that's going to be a useful move. White doesn't really have much they can do. Especially if I just put my rook here. Yeah, white is like paralyzed, basically. A5 might be useful, just to kind of clamp down, make sure they can't do anything here. Maybe put the rook here, and when I'm ready, force the issue. Oh, then they could play C5. No, that's a huge blunder. We can't do that. That's a huge blunder. So A5 we can do. And then I guess we just have to be happy with this. In theory, we should be able to make pass pawn over here. Now, they're probably not going to trade rooks. Do we play this? I don't think so, because then we can't make a pass pawn. I don't think we do that. I think we go here and take this. We could take it. It does allow the rook an entry point, but we have rook g6, actually. Maybe I will take it, actually. Pawns are kind of ugly, but I still have a passed pawn, which is really what I needed. Let's do it. Let's do it. Rook g1, rook g6, rook h1, rook h6. I guess the question is, if they play rook h1, do I try to defend or not? Because if I try to defend, they're going to go back to g1. And if I take, they're going to invade. And if I push, they're going to blockade. And then what am I doing? I can take this pawn, but they're going to have this pawn. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on. What I could do is, let's see, defend and play a5, let them check, then take it. They still could come over here and take it, but it's going to take them a little bit longer, in theory. Yeah, that's probably more annoying for the rook to have to go over there. It's out of the game for a little bit, so I guess we should do it that way. So, okay, rook g1, rook g6, rook h1, rook h6, rook g1, a5. Check, we take the pawn. They could also go for this. No, I just defend it probably, or just ignore it. They go there instead. Okay. If I take, they take, I take, they go here. Here, takes, here. I don't have to trade the pawn. I think it's a winning endgame. I think it's a winning endgame. I hope I'm not wrong. I think as long as we defend this pawn, even if we give him this one, we should be able to force a trade of pawns and my king's going to be closer and we win. I think. It's possible I made a big mistake and should have played rook g6, rook g4 instead, which maybe also was even better. But like when you can trade off the rooks and take it to a king and pawn ending, that's generally a pretty good deal. So h5, the problem is I can't take his pawn, so I have to be patient about how I do it. I think we'll go h6. If white tries to do this, I blockade. Oh. Hold on. h5 is not going to work because we're not in time to take this. Here, that's a draw, isn't it? I have to make a move. I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I thought it was a win. Now I'm thinking it's a draw. Hopefully I don't lose. What I'm trying to do is get white's king to have to take my pawn and I take their pawn. And in theory, my king is closer. I should be able to come over here and take these and hopefully win. But I'm kind of doubting myself now. So they're either going to go here to try to continue to keep an eye on this, or they're going to make a break for it and start thinking about pushing this. If they do, I can play h5 here, king here. Yeah, we win. So I don't think they'll do that. Actually, they could just go straight back. And then I have to go king h6. So h5 here, king h6. I think we win, no? Here, 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 here. Yeah, we win that. Okay, let's go. King h6, what are they going to do? If they go here, the pawn is gone. Pawn is gone. They can a5? a6, b4 takes here. Oh. I didn't see this. I messed up. I messed up, guys. Do we have any tricks left? Man. Do we have any tricks left? I don't think this works, but I'm getting desperate here, guys. I'm getting desperate. I'm getting pretty desperate. I messed this all up. Man. Too slow. I'm too slow. I can't believe I did that. Man. Okay. I'm pretty sure we were totally winning. I'm pretty sure we were totally winning. It's gonna say just play rook g7 check, keep the rooks on the board for a little while longer. We were gonna win that game. I overestimated the end game, and I thought it was a win when it was not. The king and pawn ending. That was a huge mistake. Now, in an OTB game, I probably would figure that out because I would have had more time. Really? We never had a win? Seriously? Well, maybe I just don't know anything about endings. c5 was the best move, by the way. Sacking the queen was a mistake. Actually, yeah. They could have done this line, like I said, or even just rook b1. Oh, and b4 cutting off my bishop. I didn't even see that. Yeah. So sacking the queen was obviously bad. Stockfish wanted me to potentially take this and let him take this. I didn't like that. I didn't like letting the queen infiltrate. Okay. f4. King f7. Yeah, they actually should have gone king e4. They went king e3. Stockfish wanted a5 right here. Okay. Put the king there. Yeah, this was a good move. This was a good move. King e5 is apparently a draw. See, I thought, okay, rook here. What's the move? h3. Let's say I attack it again. h4. Attack it again. h5. Are you kidding me? Stockfish says b4. So you can support this guy. This is a draw because you just defend the pawn. I don't know why this is a draw. It looks like I'm going to be able to push here. Endgames are so crazy. Like, you could spend hours studying just one endgame to get to the bottom of all of the little details. Anyway, they could have played king e5. They decided to go back. Okay. I bring the rook. Great. They play this. Fine. I take it. Fine. Yes. This is where we did have a small advantage. If I play rook g6 check, if they go for this, I'm going to come here. No, it's still a draw. How is this a draw? Doesn't this look like black should have chances to win? Apparently not. They're going to... Oh, they only have one move, though. King f6. What kind of a move is this? What is the king doing? Where is the king going? Rook h3. I mean, I don't know what's going on. They're like, Stockfish is doing something, but I have no idea what it is. Okay. Anyway, apparently it was all just a draw, basically. Stockfish says if you play a5 here, you can keep some sort of a sliver of an advantage, but no, then it changes its mind to a draw. So it's pretty much just a draw. Now, after I decided to take, it's apparently still a draw. If I don't mess it up. So to get the draw, I just had to go back and forth. Playing h6 was wrong. I thought... Yeah, this guy played like everything perfectly, though. Like, we were playing against a really strong opponent, I think. They don't have their name, right? I'd be curious like what their actual TB rating is, but I guess we can't see that. I mean, feels like very, very strong. So, yeah, it's just a loss. They put me in Suxfang, where I can't make a good move. I don't want to move, right? Because then they get my pawn. But if it was their move, I would win. That's what I was thinking. And I forgot that they were going to be able to do it just right. So, for example, if I push the pawn, they're going to go and take it before I can get their pawn. If I leave, they're going to go and take it before I can get their pawn. If for some reason they didn't see this b4 move and they would have played a4, now I'm going to... Well, I thought I was going to win, but no, apparently now it's a draw. Oh, and h4 is losing. h4 is losing because they get the queen first? No, I get the queen first. They get the queen with check, and it's a win for white. So the way for the draw is to go king g7. If they push, now I win because I blockade it and they can't catch my pawn. But they could actually just go back. I go back, and then we have to just repeat, and it just goes back and forth. Oh, man. Rice. Oh, I don't know if it was Rice. Maybe. It just felt like they were a really good player, but maybe it was too good. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they basically played a perfect game. We never had a chance, even in the end game. So I don't know. Okay. Wow. Anyway, that was interesting. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. That person was losing the 1200s? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't notice that. Okay, we were white this time. Let's do the quick check. Okay, that looks pretty legit. All right, let's play. We'll do another Jobava London. I'll stick with that for a little while. Oh, against the French. Well, I mean, we could still try to see if it transposes, or I can play the bishop d3 lines, or the bishop e3 lines. But let's see. What are we gonna do here, guys? We could play bishop f4, try to encourage d5, and then it's more like a Jobava London. Well, let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah, see, they're doing some different things. Okay, what if I played knight c3 takes knight b5, queen a5 check? No, not ready for that. We need a pawn on e3 if we're going to do those shenanigans. All right. Let's play e3. Right. I thought they might do this. And I was thinking of knight c3. I think knight c3 is a good move here, isn't it? Knight b5 is a really annoying move. So I don't think they can get away with that. Okay. Okay. Can I still do it? Let's see. How do they defend? They're going to have to play something like knight a6. If I take, what's going on? We have total control over these squares. Looks good for us. There's d5, though. d5, what can I play? Knight d6, maybe? That's interesting. Alternatively, we just take back. But I feel like this is a great opportunity. Bishop b4 check, we have c3. Okay, let's do it. This looks like it's going to lead to some interesting positions. So let's go there. I'm trying to take advantage of these dark squares. All right, I'm going to take this moment, short bathroom break. Be right back. Oh, aha. Okay. So we've got him thinking. So I was expecting knight a6. I guess they're thinking about all the different checks. If they play knight a6 right away, I think I will take with the d6. Okay. Well, I think I'm still going to take with the queen because a queen trade would remove a defender and then you have a problem again. The fork doesn't matter because we trade. Queen a5 doesn't matter because actually does it matter? No, b4. We have b4. So here we go. Let's do that. Of course, we can't take with the knight. That would be awful. But just take with the pawn. I mean, they're okay. They're probably not going to take my queen. What are they going to play? Check. b4. Go back. We take it. Actually, I don't know what they're going to do. It already looks very unpleasant for black. Ryan, this opening. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the this e6 c5 thing that they did. So I'm not really sure about this. What I have seen though is that a lot of times in the Jobava London or these types of positions, you can let them take this as long as you get your knight to b5, because that's just such a big threat. And then you can follow up with rook b1, hits the queen, and you get all these pieces into the attack, and it's usually like a very worthwhile pawn sacrifice or two. So that's what I'm familiar with. I don't know if, what exactly is going on here, if this is some line or something. It doesn't look very good for black, but we can check it after the game and see. But it just looks like I'm probably going to force a queen trade and have a lot of pressure on these squares. Okay, so we take with the pawn. Yeah, they're forced to play a really ugly looking move like king d7. Okay. So that's probably the best we're going to get from this. I mean, it's defended. I don't think there's anything fancy that we can do. They're going to chase me and I'm going to have to go back. However, the king is on d7. So that was worth something. So I'm thinking we just castle. Get the rook lined up. We'll bring out these pieces next. I do have to retreat, which is what we were anticipating. Let's just go back. And it's not as bad for black because queens are off the board. So you can sometimes get away with moves like this. But it still looks like it should be more pleasant for me. I'm just going to develop my pieces and have a nice game, hopefully. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not going to do it. I'm just thinking about it. We're going to go bishop b7. We can play a4, but what does that do? What does that do? g3. We don't have time to get that there. I mean, I'm just going to play knight f3. Maybe bishop d3 next. Okay, they don't want my knight going here. Okay, well, let's actually think about this. If we do play d5, it would be great if we could open up the rook. So they're going to likely try to play e5. The question is, can we get away with sacrificing a piece? That would be very nasty, but then they would have the king move. If we sacked the knight, yeah, it's just not quite working, is it? That is too bad. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can get away with what I want to do. All right. We have to find a new plan. What's the new plan here? We got to get this rook and bishop into the game. I'm just not sure how to do it. G5 is also going to be kind of annoying. I don't know if I want to let that happen. I could stop it. I could play G4, try to get the bishop here. And then if G5, we just drop it back and play like H4. That's actually not awful. Bishop B7, bishop G2. We have some interesting dynamics with the pin here. Alternatively, what? All right, let's do it. I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I want to put my bishop here, counteract this bishop, and maybe some tactics pop up. Of course, they're going to see it and defend, but then I can at least get my rook to the center, maybe. Yeah, this will be interesting to check this line because I don't know that I've looked at any of these ideas before. So we'll see what Stockfish says after the game. It's really funny, actually, when you look at this game. Black has not moved a single piece. We're on move 11. They have not moved a single piece. I mean, isn't that wild? They had 2 pawn moves. They had a queen move, 2 more pawn moves, another queen move, a king move, followed by 3 more pawn moves. Like, that's actually wild when I think about it. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but maybe they can. I mean, it looks like they're going to get away with it. I don't see a way to like win. It's just hard to believe. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to go bishop b7. Nope. Never mind. What do I know? It doesn't do anything. d5. If they go here, takes, bishop d6. Probably not worth it. Yeah, I think we just go here. They're going to play bishop b7 next. What else can I do? I mean, a4, what's the point? Well, I want to win a pawn. If they take me, then I have... What do I have? I don't know. Bishop g2, bishop b7 doesn't look like it gives me too much. I mean, I can play something like knight h4 and trade, but... Or d5 there, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll play d5, because I'm thinking if I play d5 and they play e5, then their bishop's pretty bad. Although I guess you could make an argument that I have given myself a weakness. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's go here. We can jump a knight in, maybe attack this square a little bit. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. The reason I say that is because it's, first of all, it's a weakness. They kind of have to keep their bishop guarding it. But also, we could go to c5. It's a pin. So that's interesting. Trying to make sure I'm not blundering some tactic. Like takes knight f6. But I guess if you're giving up your bishop pair, you're going to have problems if you go into a line like that. So, yeah, actually, no, this is knight c5 is interesting because the pin is very annoying. If you take me, guess what? Now you're losing your d6 pawn. So knight c5 is a legitimate move here. Huh. How about that? Knight c5. I don't know if this happens to you guys, but sometimes I'm playing chess and I just stumble upon good ideas. Not that I really planned too far in advance. They just kind of happen to be there, you know? Oh, they do take. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do this. But like I said, do you really want to do this? Maybe because knight c5 they had to do it. All right, fine. So we need to go back. Or here is actually another way. So my initial reaction is rook e2, they take, I play, let's just say knight e5. They take, I can get a rook, but I'm going to lose 2 pieces. That's unacceptable. We cannot lose 2 pieces. Here, we can go check. Let's say the king goes here. If we move the knight again, we're losing 2 pieces. No, we're not, because we have this one. The king would have gone this way. Takes. We have bishop c6. Their knight is now on, what square is their knight on? g4 still? Wait, is that right? Here. Yes, it is. Knight e5 takes. Bishop c6, so they could just go back. Wait. No, I still have a pawn on d4, don't I? What am I even saying? Looks like somehow traded it off. Oh. Matthew, hey, welcome. Thanks. Okay, you know what? Here. Knight e5 takes. What if I take back? Check. Takes. They're just going to move their rook. Okay, regardless, I think I want my rook on c3. I'm going to go here. We're going to try to generate some attacking possibilities. We're going to try to use the rook here. Oh, and knight d5. I did not even think about knight to d5 for a second. I'm just blundering stuff. I mean, I'm just blundering like obvious moves. This is sad. Okay, I think we I can't even play something like this because they just get 2 rooks. I mean, it's ridiculous actually. Okay, we're gonna go here. Oh man. Totally forgot they can just play 95. Maybe I was too careless about this knight f6 move too. Like I just assumed that it was not good for them. I didn't really think about it much. So I didn't even really consider that they would give up their bishop. And then yeah, now we're just kind of falling apart here. Rook e4 would probably have been met by the other knight coming to f6. Okay. King b2. The knight is coming here. A4, well, we have a chance. Maybe put the king here and try to use the rook. We have to take some chances here in this game. So we're going to do this. Actually, yeah, maybe I can play like c4. Because if we just sit around and do nothing, the knight jumps in. At some point, they push the pawn. The bishop comes out. Like we're dead. We're already down material. So when you're losing, I think it's acceptable to kind of just take some risks. Because if you just play normal, you're going to probably lose anyway. So not like, ridiculous moves, but just you can take some risks and you may as well because you're going to probably lose anyway. So that's what we're doing here. The idea is give them bad pawns and try to get some control here. And maybe this is something that's annoying. Also, I can go king d2 and my rook has some things to do now. And if they do nothing, I take them, and this is at least a little bit of a weakness. Can't claim rice when you're blundering pieces. I mean, it depends. It depends. Because if you are playing against a computer, you're always going to blunder at some point, right? So you have to look at more details, though. Okay. I guess we take this pawn. Who cares? Here we go back. Yeah, let's take it. Okay. So that's a weakness. Maybe I just go bishop f1. Try to poke at it a little bit. G5 is interesting. They want it to go here, though. That's what they want. So how do we stop that if we can? All right, let's go here, and I guess we just have to go back. I mean, there's not much I can do. Okay. think I'm going to go back. I guess I could go here, but that doesn't really make as much sense, does it? They're going to go knight d5 for sure. I guess I'm just going to go back. Try to... What am I going to try to do? Oh, they're not. They're going to take another pawn. Okay. Huh. I mean, it's like the only target on the board that I can see to attack, so I'm going to attack it. This was such a weird game. Like, they didn't move a single piece for like 12 moves. Yeah, it was 12 moves before they moved a single piece off the back. I mean, that's crazy. If you're a new player, don't do that. I promise you it will not end well for you if you don't move your pieces off the back rank. Oh, that's a cool move. That's a fun one. I have king c1 check and win the rook. That's a very fun one. And if they go there, I can defend with c4. Aha. Okay, I mean, sometimes it's a little thing like this that is just enough to like psychologically mess up the opponent and they start blundering. So you never know. Maybe this will do it for us. Just enough of a little trick to put some pressure on them. Let's see. Because if we can orchestrate an attack on the king, these pieces are out of the game still. Like if we can get the bishops, the rook, I don't know, maybe. They could take it and just sack it and then like try to take this, but that doesn't seem very good for black. I mean, then I'm probably coming back into the game because I have this nice pin here. So they're probably going to go like something like this. I'm going to do c4, I think. d5 actually is not an option because of the pin, so my bishop is safe for the time being. And we're up on time now, which is interesting as well. I could offer a draw just to pile on the psychological pressure. Wonder if I should do that. It's like a legitimate tactic because you really start thinking, you're like, oh, do I want to draw? Maybe I should take a draw, all this stuff. He goes for knight f2. So maybe now we just go here. Or do I play c4? Yeah, let's go here, I guess. So he's gonna move his king now. And I think now I play c4. I'll try to play a little quickly just to keep up whatever pressure I have going here. Maybe rook a1, sneak down this way. Or c5. Yeah, I like c5 actually, because I can also play this move. Oh, I gotta be a little careful here. If I play c4, knight c3, here takes. That's an annoying move. What do we do about that, guys? A very annoying move. I'm gonna try to stop it. Let's defend the bishop. Now my rook is free to try to sneak over here. Okay, my OBS just disconnected for a second. Just gonna try to be as tricky as I can here and hope they blunder, basically. We do have a couple of forks in the air. Fortunately, they saw it. So how do I keep the pieces on the board? That's the question, right? How do you keep pieces on the board without blundering something? And there's no way to do it, is there? Man. And there's no safe square for my rook. There's no safe square. That is messed up. Okay. Yeah. Can't do anything. Can't do anything, guys. I don't know why I went there. I don't know what to do. Looks like I'm about to get mated. Looks like I'm about to get mated here. Wow, that's so close. That is so close to a checkmate. It's not even funny. But it's not a checkmate. It's not a checkmate. They only have one legal move. What are they thinking about? It's King C8, dude. There you go. I don't know. There's not, I mean, what can I do? What can I do? No, this is going to be an interesting game to look at. I'm really curious what is the engine going to say about this game. It's going to be one of two things. Either one, I had like a really nice way to win early and I just messed it up, or two, he just did everything right and I actually never had anything. Rook F2? Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I literally wasn't suspicious until this move. Now I'm wondering what's going on. What kind of a move is Rook F2? You could have just gotten a queen and you're going to play Rook F2? Seriously? Okay. What was that? What was that? Dude, hold on. Hold on. That was super strange. I mean, most people would just get the queen and take your bishop for the pawn. Like, that's just what you do. Game accuracy. Oh, I don't have it on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just sitting here. I was waiting for the game review to load. Sorry, I thought I was sharing it. Huh. Huh. Doesn't really tell me as much as I was hoping it was going to tell me. All right. Let's see. So, first things first. C5 is fine. Is queen b6 a move that people play? Yes, it is. This is the line that people play. Okay, fine. Knight c3. And taking is a line. Okay, fine. Knight b5 is not the greatest move. They played a move that's played sometimes. Fine. So they just get into a kind of a bad position. Okay. King d7, engine recommends that. Apparently, castling is a mistake. I'm supposed to go c4 to maintain my advantage for some reason. Anyway, a6, e5, h6. Kind of felt like a weird move, but okay, whatever. King c7. I mean, it's hard to say because I did blunder. It's really would have been interesting if I didn't blunder. What was going to happen? Yeah, I just blundered this. 95. Knight takes c3. Rook c8. I don't know. I wasn't suspicious at all until the end. Then that was kind of strange at the end. I don't really know what was happening. I don't know if we should even worry about reporting. Let's see. I think it might have been a normal game. I think it might have been normal. It's actually weird. They play a lot of bullet against super low rated players. What is that? Oh, maybe it's a tournament. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it's a tournament. Okay. Anyway, let's play the next game. I don't know. Whatever. Moral of the story, don't blunder a piece, basically. Did I get points back from the cheater last stream? Yes. Yes, we did. We got those points back for sure. Yep. Okay. Okay, this account's been around for a while. All right, awesome. Okay, let's try again. Here we go. Modern. The modern actually worked out nice for us last time. I mean, we got into a good position against that almost 2,500. So we'll see if it's going to work out this time. Okay. Against this, let's play... We'll play the A6 move here. Yeah, we'll just do this quick and early B5. Why not? Let's put our bishop here, lining up this way. It's kind of like a double fianchetto opening, but you don't actually put the pawns this way on this side. You have them a little bit further advanced, which I think is nice because you get a little. You always have this option if you need it. Let's go d6. We'll put our knight here and play c5. I don't know much about this opening. I just know that like this is one way to play the modern. Like I said, for my training, I'm just trying to like play as many different types of openings as I can and just really get familiar with lots of different types of positions. Because what happens if you play lots of different openings is you will start to see different types of tactics and different types of ideas, particularly if you're taking the time to analyze the games afterwards. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do. All right, let's go knight d7, and then we're going to play c5. So this is going to be real interesting. Yeah, king b1. I think c5 makes a lot of sense here. We just have a pawn storm going over there on the queen side. And we have not committed our king over here for white. I mean, they can throw the pawns forward, but our king's not even over there. Knight d5. I guess I'm just wondering, what if I just attack it? It does create the weakness on d6, but I don't know if that's such a huge deal. Alternatively, we just leave it and play something like knight f6, which might be even better. I don't think we want to give up the bishop. We could consider that. The bishop's not like awesome on this diagonal anyway. So I guess we could consider that. Knight f6 hits the queen and then castle. And then we get to attack with our pawns. If I do play e6, I'm okay. Well, I mean, the knight's probably going to go to f4 or maybe back to c3. Let's just say I bring a p. Yeah, this d6 square looks really unpleasant, actually. So I'm leaning towards maybe just going here with the knight. Okay, let's do it. And if they take me, I think we have to take with the bishop. Because this is defended. Well, then the bishop's real strong, right? The bishop's going to be really nice if we can somehow get the queen to join the attack over there. I'm just not sure how to do that. They can play bishop h6 to stop us from castling. I mean, I'm not even sure if that's where I want my king to be anyway. Let's take this way. Okay. So we do get to castle. Actually, no, we don't. What am I saying? Can't castle. We can't castle. I guess I have to go queen c7 or bishop c6. b4 is interesting because it's clear that the knight wants to come here. So we could play b4 and stop that. then the knight's going to go somewhere else, and we've created weaknesses, so I guess we don't want to do that. So, what about knight b6? No, then this pawn is hanging after the trade. Yeah, it seems like queen c7 has to be the move then. We have to fix some of these problems. So let's go queen c7, and we could castle. We could play rook d8. We could also move the knight now because the pawn is defended. So moves like this become possibilities. So can't castle. So can't castle because of this. You're 796. Any tips to reach 800? Yes. Take a nap. When you wake up and you're feeling fresh, play one game without any distractions. Focus 100%. Win the game. And I bet you'll be 800. Okay. Knight c1. Queen e5 checkmate. Unstoppable battery here. Except it is stoppable and they could actually just take me here first. Oh, wow. Okay, check this out, guys. I'm not going to play it, obviously, but check this out. Queen here. Check. I move. Check. If I block, queen comes down. Check. Takes. Checkmate because my king is now stuck on the back rank. That's amazing. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Okay, obviously, we're not doing that, but that's really cool. All right. I think what I'm going to do is play rook d8 or castle. The question is, where do I want my king? This side or this side? Normally, you would think this side, right? Yeah, I mean, bishop c6 just feels really slow. I mean, we could play that to defend, then we could try to castle for it. But I think we should just go here. It could still stop us from castling if they really want to. This doesn't look awful to me. I mean, yes, I understand. My pawns are pushed forward, but that's kind of interesting, actually. Okay. Let's do it. Generally speaking, this is risky, but I had this annoying problem that my knight was going to be under attack, right? So I felt like this was the way to go. One second. All right, sorry about that. They still have not moved. Okay, great. So let's think about this. We still can attack with the pawns. Now, it's weird when your king is here. So that adds a dynamic. But I know for a fact that most people who go for a setup like this are used to castling queenside, black castling kingside, and then they attack you, right? So I am really taking my opponent into uncharted territory, so to speak, because I'm fairly certain nobody ever does this with black. So there's some surprise value. Still a question too, like what are they gonna do with this bishop? Where's it gonna go? Here doesn't make sense. Here is weird. You could, I don't know, try to do something like this, but I can always just play e6. So this bishop, I guess you could put it here, but whatever. In the meantime, my bishop is amazing. We can figure out how to get the knight to join the attack and the queen. I could see white having a hard time defending this, which might be why they're thinking so much. Queen f2. So creating a battery here, getting away from this. Okay. Makes some sense. So, I mean, you always have to check the obvious things like this. Of course, this doesn't make any sense. They could play knight d3 or even just c3. So we're not going to be checkmating them that way. Knight b6 has been stopped. At least it kind of looks like it's been stopped. Unless I'm going to sacrifice, which actually... knight a4. It's kind of interesting. Okay. King here, rook over is one thing. I don't know if it's a good thing. We could just push the pawn forward so it's not a target, and it does take away some important squares from these pieces. It opens up d4, so we do have to watch out for that, but might be okay. Knight e5. Can we get away with that? They take, I take, they take. Rook goes down. That's actually really interesting. 95. Sacrificing the pawn, it opens up the queen. We would end up with a rook on d1. I'm not sure how they get rid of that. Bishop e2 you can't do. This is pinned, so queen e2, but then your bishop is hanging. Of course, yeah, then I could actually sack. So that's a really fascinating idea. And if they just try to ignore it, f4 doesn't work. What am I trying to accomplish with this, though, I guess is the question. Like, let's just say they play bishop e2. What is my plan? Don't really have one, do I? Yeah, that's the issue. Bishop e2. I mean, we can go here, but then they get rid of their bad bishop, and what did I gain? Like, nothing. So I kind of feel like I should just play c4. I understand it opens up this diagonal, but do I really care? Let's play c4. I have to make a move. At some point, I can't just sit here and think forever, so we'll check with the engine. These positions are really complicated, so I don't want to spend all my time. Could potentially reroute the knight to c6. I'm just not sure if that really helps me that much. Knight e5, now we have to be careful about this move. Although if we get a rook on d1, I think it would be worth it. I would actually love to sack my queen there. Takes, takes. Yeah, be happy to have that position. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Now, I guess they could trade first, then go there. Then we don't win a rook. Rook d1. Wait a second. Rook d1. No, we can't do that. That's a bit too much. That's a bit too much. So yeah, I mean, okay, this is an annoying move. We have to actually be careful about that. C3. Whoa, okay. So that's a committal move. We've opened up this permanently. So can we take advantage of that? Also, this is potentially a target for us with like b4 or some sort of sacrifices. Okay, so knight e5, still the same problem, right? Takes, takes, takes. Bishop and a rook for a queen. Lots of initiative. Yeah, definitely I'm considering knight e5. Now, if they take me, I guess I have to take with the queen to avoid the tactic. It's kind of annoying, actually. Alternatively, what's the way to play this? What could be the way? A5? B4? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'm already committed to having an exposed king over here. What's the deal if I push a few more pawns? Okay. We're going a little crazy this game. I mean, I can always defend if I need to with the bishop and then keep pushing. I'm not sure if we're going to need to do that. Maybe we even just push it here. I guess if this happens, though, it's might be tough to break through. This is a weird position, actually. Okay, queen c2. So they probably want to go like just bishop e2 and then... But they lose the threat. They actually lose that threat, which was really annoying me for a while. And it gives me options now with my knight. Really good options, actually. Like knight c5. Really good. In fact, I don't even think I have to think about that one. Just jump the knight in there. Because I'm keeping my bishop open. This square is nice, but it's covered very well. We can't make use of it right now. But what we can do is make use of this square. I don't think the tactic works because I just take with the queen. And the tactic I was referring to is this. I don't think it works. Not to mention I could sack the knight for a pawn if I wanted to as well, but I wouldn't have to because I have queen c4. They can't ever attack me, at least not right now, because the pressure on c3 is too much. And now I'm... well, yeah, I don't have anything just yet, but I think we might be getting close to some sacrifices. Something, I don't know. I could put my bishop on c6 to support the knight. Then I could actually play b4 and it wouldn't get captured. Now it does block the queen. So I'd have to think carefully about that one. I'm also, I don't know. Is it so crazy if I go grab that pawn? Maybe I should play h5, h4. So my pawn's further down the board, but then they could just play h3. Okay, I don't know what I'm even thinking about. No, it definitely feels like we have to do something here. This is really good. So b4 is what I want to play. Queen e5 doesn't quite do anything. The queen's a pretty good defender. I'd love to play f5. Okay, they're going to potentially trade a bunch of stuff. Interesting. Yeah, you see, now it becomes much more appealing to go grab these pawns because we're headed more towards an endgame if I do that. Okay, so we take a pawn. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? b3? Nope. I don't see any moves. Probably forgot about the h-pawn. It's kind of just sitting off to the side over there. Sometimes people forget about Harry. So from an endgame perspective, 3 against 3 and 4 against 3. So now trades become much more appealing for me because we will be able to make a pass pawn at some point. Of course, still have to be careful. The king is still wide open. Now, I'm not opposed to a plan like this. Or if we just go back to the king side, that would actually be pretty funny. Oh, stop me. Okay, so queen here. I mean, again, the same kind of idea. Like, oh, he's attacking my knight. Actually, hold on. That's a. Oh, that's an annoying move. That's a real annoying move because I can't move it. Actually. Okay, I missed this one. I missed this little detail. I don't have time to get my queen back. Uh-huh. Well. Okay, I mean, okay, we could still play on. It's not the end of the world. Our pawns are completely messed up. But we would have the bishop pair. Bishop d4. We move our queen somewhere. Yeah, that's really interesting. We have to watch out for e5. No, we don't. We just take it. Okay. I'm thinking I'm going to go queen e5. I think I'm going to let him do that. And then the idea is to play a3. The idea is to play a3. Do I have to worry about bishop b6? Hold up. Takes, bishop b6, threat is checkmate. Whoa, bishop b6. Hold on a second. Queen e5, takes. Bishop b6, they want to checkmate me. Oh, but I have e6. I can play e6. Okay. So, like I said, there's a principle in chess when you're attacking. You want to attack the base of a pawn chain. So this is a pawn chain, right? So you would want to attack the base, which would be here. This is a pawn chain. So you would want to attack the base, which would be here. So a3 does that nicely. If they take me, then I get to jump in here and probably have a nice position. Of course, they could stop that if they're paying attention with a3, and then I will not be able to obviously do that. Ah, they do go for this. Okay, so I guess we play e6. Ooh. Okay, okay. I almost thought I blundered. No, no, no. We're good. We're good. We have queen d6, pinning it. It's just a pin. That's not a problem. Yeah, there also might be some crazy check. Huh. So, okay, first of all, we could play queen d6. But if I do sack this, takes, check. Queen here, takes. Do I have enough pawns to win? No, this pawn is still left. We better go queen here. We better do it this way. Okay, so they can't take me because they lose their queen. If they don't move the bishop, I'm going to probably trade into an endgame and be quite happy with my extra pawn. Trade queens. Yeah, this is looking good for us. I know this is really ugly, but that's not what's going to win us the game. What's going to win us the game is right here. At least I think. I will trade that. They're going to try to keep queens on the board, I think, which I guess is smart. Yeah, that's a smart decision. Okay. So, queen b4, just kind of getting the queen close to the king a lot of times is a good plan. They would have a3, though, so maybe I should play a3 right now. Maybe I should play a3 right this minute. Because otherwise, they're just going to shut down my pawns permanently. I think I will. Now, the only other thing I'm considering doing would be something like here to target this, but I'm afraid if this queen comes in, I'm going to be potentially in trouble. So that's why I think I should go ahead and do this. If they take now, they have to worry about their king, which is great. I have a pass pawn, which is great. They try to push by. I guess we just... I don't know what we do. Queen b4, a3 just chases me away. I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's do it. So let's do that. And you have to remember, knights are very bad at stopping outside passed pawns. Okay? So if we do end up trading queens and going into an endgame, almost immediately my plan is going to be h5 and somehow try to push these pawns to create an outside pass pawn. And the knight's going to have a hard time stopping it. And the king is far away too, right? Okay. So they take. So we've exposed the king. Their pawns are messed up. We also have a pass pawn here now that we could potentially work with. So that is good, I think. It's still a question of what to do. h5? Or we try to bring the queen over this way. We can throw in a random check. If they come there, we might be able to attack with the bishop. If we push them in the corner, well, that's probably good news for us. So let's do it. Let's do it. We'll give them a choice between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, this looks real dangerous, actually. If you get a bishop and a queen like that, like that's... But also, I wouldn't want my king stuck in the corner like that either, so I don't know what they're going to do. This pawn is actually amazing. Like, it's shutting down this knight really nicely. This pawn is a hero. Meanwhile, somehow my king kind of feels a little bit safe hiding behind the bishop if I have to. So it says it's equal. We both have 6 pawns, but it doesn't feel like it because these are kind of, may as well just be 1 pawn there, right? So it's kind of like 5 against 4. These can't do anything. Okay, they go for that. So here we go. And what's especially annoying, I already mentioned it, is the pawns. You can't block, right? That would be your, normal way to respond would be bring the knight into the game, block the check, and just sit there, but you can't. So that opens up all sorts of things. If the king has to be flush this way, then my queen gets to come in and start hunting stuff. So they're trying to defend against that, sure. So check, king is going to run. I have to watch out for my pawn, so I'm thinking queen c7. So we defend, we also attack. Yeah, it's probably a good move. I could play h5. This is super interesting, isn't it? And not that clear what to do. I'm almost tempted to run over here. My king would actually be pretty safe. Let me play h5 first. But I might think about running where I can hide behind these pawns. I think we're almost lost power. Our power just flickered. Yeah, like somewhere around here, we just sort of get away from what is this king doing? He's doing the same thing? Is that what's happening? Really interesting, isn't it? Alternatively, I just play g5 and say, no, you're not going to hide from me. h4, h3, something like this. It's too bad this is a constant threat. Maybe it's worth it to just move the king one time. h4 is interesting. g5 is interesting. It's weakening, though. I really don't know what to do. This is a very complicated position. All right. We could go here. I'm really tempted to push this pawn down here just to create I think my king should be away from that. Let's move the king. Let's move the king. I mean, I could go here, but the knight just moves. My bishop feels out of place right now. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Okay. g5, they're going to take a pawn. I don't think I want to give them that pawn. h4 and then g5 is a possibility. They might be setting up d5. I can keep running, but d5 is going to be really annoying, isn't it? Yes, it is. Actually, I don't know how annoying it's going to be. I'm going to have a check. Okay, let's go here. d5 is a trade-off because it does allow my queen to come in. Wow, this game is crazy. mean, okay, I guess I was asking for this when I castled queenside, right? It's what I wanted. I got what I wanted. The point is I want to play g5. I didn't want to lose a pawn. Also, you never know how this could come in handy, being controlled by that pawn. If they try to run at some point, you know, maybe something like this happens. Really wish I could get this bishop to a better spot somehow. Oh, e5. Well, that's not what I was expecting. Like, how does one possibly evaluate this position? I'd love for my bishop to be on this diagonal now, but I can't without losing the pawn. We can do this. That's a lot of moves. Do they want to play d5 next? Is that what they want to do? Okay. Do I run with my king now that it's kind of closed off? I really have no idea, guys. I have no idea what I should do. This is a pass pawn, but we have no way to force the queen to move. So we can't do anything with it. But their queen is kind of stuck. But they have the knight. I guess if my king was somehow safe, we could do more. But there's not really a totally safe place, even if I get it over here. Go for that. Yeah, for some reason... For some reason... Well, this has definitely got to be the way, right? You have to try to... Ooh. Did they miss this? Did they miss this one? I don't think we trade because then the king is too active. They might have missed this one. They just might have missed it. Okay, option is go here, trade, queen f5. Ah. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? There's too much to calculate. I don't know what's happening. I mean, I think this way I can get a draw, but I didn't really want to draw. Can I run or something? Oh, I don't know what they're going to do, though. There's so many moves they could play, right? There's like so many moves. You can't calculate all this. H3 doesn't work because the knight. I don't think they can take because we have a cool tactic, right? We have a little. Oh, I guess they have knight f4. No, g5. Okay, I want to get a little extra time. I think I can do this. Knight f4, g5. Do they have any moves? Check. I'm going to run away. Check here. It's pinned, so I don't have to really worry too much, right? It's pinned. Check here, check here. I think we're going to get away. So this is going to be a free piece as long as we can get away from the checks. Sorry. As long as we can get away from the checks. Here. Check. There's no like crazy sacrifices, right? Where I get forked. So we have king c7. There's a check. Or we have bishop e8. Oh, but then he has this check. Here, check. Maybe here. Okay, hold up. Bishop c6, check. King b6, check. Here. Again. King b8. King b6. King b7. How do I get away from the checks and not let him trade the queens? Right? Okay, I want to get a little extra time. Let me do this. And then I think I'm going to go to b7. Oh, no, there's the... There's got to be an easy solution here. King b8. Does that work? King here, bishop b7. Did I do it? Did we do it, guys? Check here. Yeah. I think this is going to be it. We go to a7 and bishop b7. I just don't want to let him check me with the queen defended by the knight, forcing a trade where he can save his knight. So one more check. Okay, there you go. Just get a few extra seconds if we can. Why not? Now it should be a relatively easy win. Should be, I think. Just have to get a setup where we can't be checked, like this. Okay. It's still not that obvious how to proceed, actually. Support the pawn. Okay, this is stressful. This is stressful. Playing on increment for so long. If he takes the pawn, it's over. Okay, it's over. Thank you. Thank you for that one. Phew. What a game. What a game. We did it. We finally won a game. Not easy. It's not easy to win chess games. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to change my settings. 1 second, guys. We're going to go to standard. Let's cut it off at 10 seconds. I want to speed up this game review here. At least try to speed up the game review. Okay. Almost there. Any day now. Okay. So we were never really in trouble. That's a good sign. Let's check the opening. And let's check the opening and the ending, actually. Let's check the whole game. So bishop b7, fine. d6, fine. Knight d7, fine. c5. Aha. The best move is e6. The best move is e6. So if they just go like, let's just say here, queen c7, I guess Stockfish isn't worried about this because I'm sorry, bishop d4. Okay. Okay. Well, that's an idea to keep in the back of my mind, I suppose. So yeah, it says just get rid of the knight. It's okay. You can give up this square. You're going to be fine. Interesting. So it just gives like this, and then you bring out your knight. And if they do go there, you just ignore it. Just play rook c8. Don't worry about the fact that there's a queen right in front of your face. You just chase it away. No problem. And then you keep attacking. You keep attacking and you're doing great. Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, so e6 was the move that we could have played. This is just equal. It's the second move. Castling queenside is the second move on Stockfish's list. It wanted c4 straight away. And then I guess it has other ideas. Yeah, like c3 is going to be really annoying. So let's say they would have played c3 here. Now it's going to play h5. And it's actually probably going to just swing a rook and try to attack over here. Okay. But that being said, if you weren't going to go with that plan, the second option on the list was castle queenside. So, okay. Knight a4. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Grab the pawn. Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay, fine. Okay, so we get this endgame. Let's see. It was a3. Yeah, a3 was the best move. Queen check was, okay, not the greatest. H5 was good. Yeah, it's supposed to be just a draw. It's just supposed to be a draw. That was a huge blunder. That was a huge blunder because of queen c5. And then, yeah, I think they told, oh, no. I played the wrong move. What? The winning move was to trade the queens. And then play g5, attacking the knight. The knight has to move. Then take here. And if they try to take you, you actually go do this. Your bishop comes through and Harry wins the game. What? In my mind, I'll tell you exactly why I didn't take this. In my mind, I'm like, there's no way I want to just bring this king right next to my only passed pawn. And I'm going to lose it because I didn't think I would be able to hold on to it because I can't go there. I thought if this happens, yeah, this is bad for me. But I had to notice that I can chase the knight, even if it goes somewhere else. After this happens, now the knight is out of the picture and we can either do it this way or the other thing we saw was... That's crazy. Okay, so I totally missed the win. This idea is slightly better for me, but not winning, and this is actually a draw. This is totally a draw. Yeah. And Stockfish actually recommends just taking the draw here. Still a draw. Should have been a draw until they blundered that. Yeah. They forgot about this little fork. And even though you can temporarily save the knight, it's bad because you step into the pin. And it was only a matter of time before I figured out a way to get out of the checks. Which took me a while, but we got there eventually. And again, just getting away from the checks. Eventually escorting the pawn. And of course, forcing a queen trade makes it easy. What a game. What a game. Okay. All right. Let's do the quick check. Ooh, 1300 bullet. I don't think so. I don't think we're doing it, folks. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Can I abort a second time? I don't really want to play the same person again. They're probably watching the stream. They're probably watching the stream. And we already played as white. We know what they're going to play. I really don't want to do that. I don't think we're going to learn too much from that game. Okay. I think what I need to do... Yeah, I hate to just randomly block people, but if it's going to keep happening, I guess we could do that, at least temporarily. Because I think it won't pair you if they're blocked. You just temporarily block. Okay. I'm going to just wait a second, and we'll try again. Oh, they were in chat earlier? Okay. Okay. No. I can't abort again. It's not letting me abort again. Yeah, this person plays bullet regularly, blitz regularly. They're 1600 in blitz, 1300 in bullet, and almost 2400 in rapid. What does that tell you guys? Okay. I'm a little bit tilted. I'm just gonna say it. I'm a little bit tilted. Well, I'm expecting we lose this game. I'm not going to overthink it. Maybe we'll try to just at least learn something from it. This is called the Stonewall. It's a good setup against this. Now, if you're playing against a rice cooker, doesn't matter what setup you use. So just keep that in back of your mind. But we will try to learn from it regardless. Okay. Let's play b6. This bishop, you can go this way is one option, but I've noticed some other people will just put it on b7, and it's actually not awful there as well. So I'm going to do that. There's only 5 people playing chess currently. Yeah, 1510 is not very common. So there's enough people watching the stream that if they want to get paired against me, it's not that hard to do. But the fact that this person is 1300 in bullet tells me very high likelihood that this is not a legitimate rapid rating. Yeah, that's a good point. I should start blocking. I should block when I do the check. And if it's suspicious, just block it. I mean, maybe we'll get lucky and they'll play this game for real. But for some reason, I kind of doubt it. So what's the point? We're going to try to use this square for our knight. So this is something interesting that happens, right? Over the course of a chess game, pawns generally will get moved. Well, every time they get moved, since the rules of chess say that you cannot move your pawns backwards, certain squares over time they'll just start jumping out at you as like important squares, right? They're called holes. And so this is one, b4. As soon as they played a4, I was like, okay, this is a hole for the rest of the game. There's not going to be a pawn controlling the square. And I have a pawn controlling that square. That's really valuable because I can put a bishop or even better, a knight on that square, and it can just sit there. And I'm trying, for the most part, to set up my pawns where I don't have those holes, right? Now, you say, what about the e5 square? Yes, that is a hole. Yeah, there you go. That's one drawback to the Stonewall, right? Is that you have this e5 hole. And I mean, every opening has its pros and cons. You can't like play the perfect opening that has no weaknesses. Everybody would play it, right? It's like you give up something here and you gain something here, and that's what makes chess so interesting, right? So you have to just kind of learn to deal with this when you play the Stonewall. Okay, so the knight's in there. I can't do this immediately because they just take me. So I think let's just go ahead and defend so that my knight is not tied to the defense, and then my knight can jump over here. Queen is going to go on e7 to also support the pawn and defend this and create a battery here. Is a bad bullet rating always suspicious? No, not always, but there's a certain level that would be acceptable. So like if you're 2400 rapid, I think maybe as low as like 1900 bullet would be reasonable. So that would tell me like, okay, this person actually does very well when they have time and they can think and plan everything out. But when they're rushed, they tend to go down quite a bit, and they're like, okay, 1900 bullet, maybe that's acceptable. But 1300 bullet is 1,000 points I mean, that no, there's no way. There's just no way. That's just a very clear sign that, like, if they have enough time to check the engine, they do fine. If they have to make their own decisions, they're not a good player. I mean, it's not even close. Let's go queen e7. We stop bishop a3. I know they sometimes like to do that. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the comments who will say things like, "Oh, you shouldn't be looking at bullet ratings, and that's not a legitimate thing. I'm like 1800 rapid and 1100 bullet." But at a high level, anybody who is legitimately 2400 rapid is an extremely strong player, and you will be a decent bullet player too. Like there's just no way you could somehow like be awful at bullet and be that good at it. You just can't do it. There's no way. Yeah, they bring the knight. So I think we could try to jump in. I guess I could also go knight e4 now. Maybe to stop this pin. We'll do that, I guess. Okay, so they moved their knight there, and then they moved it back. I'm not sure what that tells us, if anything. Um, I'm not really worried if they take it. I think we just continue with the plan here. Bring the knight over here. And then you have the people who say like, well, if you want to be a GM, shouldn't you be playing against the engine more often? And I think that's kind of silly because like I want to play against really strong humans because I want to see moves that humans play, not moves that engines play. And also, you could play against Stockfish every day for the rest of your life and you're never going to beat it. That's that's just a fact. Like Magnus Carlsen can't even beat engines, right? Unless you like give him a better position to start with. So like this idea that like, oh, just play the engine and you'll get better. Like, I mean, maybe yeah, you can learn some stuff, but I'd rather learn the human side of it, not like some random engine things. Okay, F3, I don't know. Should I just do it? Jump in there. I could take this and throw in a random check. We could trade. I don't really know. I'm just gonna go here. I'm not gonna like hurt my brain thinking about this game. Okay, so Against a normal person, I would think maybe E3 is the move here, and then if they take, we have a fork. I guess I'm just wondering, am I falling into some trick? Are they just not going to take it first? Take it later? And I lose a pawn? Maybe that's what's going on. It looks like I could take, though, and play D4 and then fork. Okay, I'm going to do it. Like I said, I'm not going to hurt my brain on this game. Maybe we get lucky and it's a legitimate game. Maybe it's not, but we'll see. I mean, it looks like I'm fine. I can just take and play D4 and C5 and defend everything, but I don't know. They also might be watching the stream. So they might just hear all this conversation and be like, "Oh, I'm not cheating. What are you talking about?" I don't know. Yeah, so let's take and go D4. Alternatively, C5. Oh no, he's going to take it. Yeah, we have to go D4 now. So, oh, maybe it's just a sacrifice, actually. Maybe they're just going to sack the rook. Yeah, maybe that's the play. If they don't take this, then we're probably just winning with C5. So I'm pretty sure they're going to sacrifice the rook here and then probably beat us with the bishop and pawns. That's what I'm expecting to happen. Yeah, actually looks like they're going to take this. I just noticed that too. Oh, no, actually, oh, we have a cool move against that. You guys see the cool move if they take this? I'm pretty sure we can play rook a6 and trap the queen. That was a nice queen trap. So they do this. They're going to take us. I think. I think that's an obvious move. Maybe it's not. So we've got the rook, but I don't think our position is necessarily that great. We're going to lose this pawn. You could try to defend it, but it doesn't really help us. They're going to take it next move anyway. So we can play this to unleash our bishop. Try to get the file and do something there. I could try to be greedy and go chasing these pawns, but I don't know if that's the smart thing to do. Actually, no, it's not. Bishop here. Yeah, okay, let me just play c5 before I blunder something. So basically the plan is going to be try to get the rooks on the d file and invade into the position. And see if the rook can outperform the bishop. So let's go ahead and go here, lining up. Okay, so that's the threat. Let's play h6 to stop it. I mean, if we are playing against a rice cooker, what's going to happen, I can tell you, is these pawns are somehow going to squeeze us off the board. I don't see how right now, but if we're playing a rice cooker, that's what's going to happen. If not, well, then I don't know. I guess our rooks can do something here. Yeah, here comes the bishop. So we can't invade. I guess we should still try to double up. Not sure how I'm going to get through. Okay, so here's the file. I'm ready to invade if we ever get an opportunity, but the problem is we're not really going to get a chance. I might just maybe just like go here and move my rook back and forth or something. Just wait for the draw to happen. I don't know. Or they're going to start pushing, and like I said, we just get squeezed off the board. Threaten the G3 pawn. Yeah, the problem with the G3 pawn is white has this bishop on that same color, and I don't. So even if I could magically get a rook and a queen somehow attacking it, they would very easily be able to just, defend. So that's the issue with there. Okay, I don't know if they're going to sack here or not. Probably shouldn't be good for them if they did. I mean, I say that, but then is the bishop coming in here? Okay, let me do this. That way, if they sack, I can actually defend it if I need to. Okay, yeah, we could offer a draw. Let's offer a draw. Why not? Because I really don't want to play the rest of this game. All right, let's go check it. Let's go check the accuracy. What do you guys think from our 1300 rated bullet player? What's it going to be? Yeah. Looks about right. Make a small mistake in the opening and then just squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Let's see. Yeah, so they, for some reason, went right back where they came from. Not sure why. Made a mistake. I actually didn't play the best move. Apparently c5 was better. What's the point of this? We want to take and take and take. So they're supposed to take, and I take an f4. I don't know. I'm not following. So for some reason, c5 is good for us. I'm not exactly sure why. This was just equal, I guess. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Let's play another game. Okay, quick check. See, this one is borderline. They play lots of blitz and they're 1600. They like never play 15-10 games. That rapid game was a 99 accuracy. Man, I don't. They do play some rapid. Okay. They do play some rapid. All right. Maybe it's a mistake, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. C5. Let's play a Smith Mora Gambit. Let's do it. Let's just go for it, guys. Ah, what a boring player. Okay. Let's go for the Meroxy bind type of structure where you clamp down on D5 here. So we put the knight on C3. Knight on F3. We play H3 because we don't want to lose our bishop when we play bishop E3, which is going to come next. So bishop E3. We're going to castle. I'm pretty sure the rook... Actually, I should probably play rook C1 pretty soon. I should probably play rook C1. Maybe I'll do that before I castle. Yeah, let's go rook C1. Yeah, unfortunately, there's lots of cheaters. I mean, I wish it wasn't that way, but that's just what happens. Like I try not to just blatantly accuse everybody. I try to keep it like legit if I do think there is something suspicious, and I'm generally more often, right than wrong. Of course, I've probably gotten it wrong from time to time, but I'm also just being honest with you about like this is what I'm feeling. And I mean, I don't know what the expectation is. Just like take a loss that you know is probably from someone cheating and just like don't even worry about it. So, okay, there's a book. I actually have it. This one Mark Esterman, international master, he plays the Smith Mora. And unfortunately, all the fun is when they take, right? When you play this, you want them to take. That's where most of the exciting lines are. When they do this, he recommends, though, this, like, I think this Maroxy bind setup where you put the pawns like this. And basically, you just try to, like, squeeze the opponent and gradually build up an advantage. And I think the way we do it is like, I want to say maybe B3. I think if this bishop ever gets chased, you just tuck it back on B1 so it's out of the way. I think the queen is going to go here. The rook is going to go here. And okay, well, we still have a decent type of game. Let's go queen E2. Make sure this is well defended here. In case this does happen, we could still play bishop B1. So hopefully we can still get to some interesting positions from here. Queen A5, yeah, that's pretty normal move, I think. So maybe I just go ahead and do it now. Like, is there any reason to not just drop the bishop back right away? Let's go ahead and do it. Make sure everything stays nice and defended. Now we can play rook d1. Now, after we get rook d1, I feel like at some point we're supposed to maybe start pushing these pawns forward. Could be wrong about that, but I think that makes sense. Not sure exactly how. Do we move the knight and play f4? Do we play g4 first? Does the knight go to d4? Maybe then this looks good on d5. Maybe knight to d5 is an idea. Even queen d2 actually. a3 b4 is another idea. We could even do that pretty soon. Yeah, we have lots of interesting ideas here. All right, I'm going to be right back. Oh, queen h5. Interesting idea. If I play g4, we just lose a pawn. So no reason to even think about that. Are they going to sack this? Huh. Very interesting. I don't think we have to panic if they do. Knight g4. Yeah, maybe I'll just play rook d1. Then we can play queen f1. We lose the knight, so we can't do that. Knight g5, we get checkmate. That's actually interesting. That's actually very interesting. I mean, I guess we just play knight h2. I guess we just play knight h2. We're fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I don't think they can get away with that. Knight h2 stops knight g4. We can play queen f3 or queen f1 or something. Bishop e5. We are going to have f4. I think we're great. So now that I have this set up, I'm not exactly sure what the plan is next, especially with the queen over here. I'm going to have to probably think a bit. I mean, there's nothing wrong probably with just expanding over here. Sometimes a knight on d5 is good. Actually, we could reroute to f4. So maybe knight d5. If they took me, I think we could take this way and then make use of the d4 square and get some nice stuff happening. And by the way that this person is spending such a long time, like this is totally legitimate behavior. If you are a, let's just say 1700 blitz player, you're 2300 rapid, but you spend like a ton of time, you spend like 2 minutes on every move. That makes a lot of sense. That tells me like they're calculating, they're thinking about stuff, like they're looking to make sure they don't blunder. This is normal. And what I would expect we see is when they get low on time, as a 1700 blitz player, that's when they're going to start making mistakes, right? This is very different than some of the other games that we've played, where it's like, they don't have to think, they're playing like every couple of seconds. And okay, rook d8. What was I going to play? Was it 95? I said, yeah, 95. This is defended by the sneaky bishop over here. We're going to do it. Everything seems to be defended nicely in my position. Look at that. Everything is like defended. And if they don't take me, I think I'll chase this pesky queen away. Okay, and if they do take... Do I have to worry about 95? Hold on, I just noticed my queen. There's also a potential free pawn over here. Huh. So we could take this way. Okay, takes 95. What happens after 95? I can't take the knight. I could take the pawn. C4 is actually defended. They could trade there. I'm going to lose the B2 pawn. Well, I think we should still do it from a positional standpoint. The tactics might not work in our favor, but I like this. At least we have a target we can work with. I'm pretty sure they're going to go here. Unfortunately, my queen is undefended, so I can't take it. B3 would be a nice move. Now, yes, I can't take the pawn because here's the thing. Takes. They actually have their choice of pawns, which I don't like. B3 saves all the pawns over here. There's still this issue to worry about. But then I guess I get a pawn there, so it's a trade-off. And if they sack the bishop first, ooh, that's a nasty move, isn't it? Do I have to play something like rook e1? I didn't want to do this. Do I have to? King f1 would also defend the queen. Feels kind of awkward, though. If I play rook e1 and they take, I take, they take, I take, they take, we do get the pawn still, but then we lose this one. Oh, what if I play knight d4? Oh, wait a second. Maybe knight d4. If they trade the queens, then they have this pawn. So what do we do? What do we do about this, guys? They're going to trade the queens and take the pawn, aren't they? I mean, I still get a pawn now, but I'm losing this. We're not going to do that. Okay. B3, bishop h3 is a big problem. Knight d4. I am really struggling here, guys. I am really struggling. Bishop e4, then they can't sack on h3, but I don't know if that's the best thing I can do. Okay. We're going to have to make a decision. I can't think forever. Nothing really looks great, though. Nothing looks great. Maybe just b3, let them sack, play knight d4. What are they going to do? There's no crazy moves against that. Your queen's under attack. And then I'm threatening to take this. So they're going to trade. They got to save their bishop. And I take the pawn. Fine. Let's go. Okay. Your son currently has a rating of 1700. What steps should he focus on to make the jump to national master? Good question. I would say if he's not in Chess Five's Academy, that's one thing you can definitely join when it opens up again later in the summer, July, August. In general, so obviously you have to have a solid tactical foundation. I don't know how many tactics he's done, if he's generally a tactical player or a positional player, but I would really try to focus on becoming kind of well-rounded. So probably he has like certain openings that he really likes to play. They might be positional or they might be tactical. I would say try to get him to play some of the other kind of openings. So if he generally plays tactical positions, play positional or vice versa. And you basically work on the weaknesses. And then also opening knowledge goes a long way. I think it's even more important than it used to be because with like engines and things now, like if you don't know your openings, you're going to get into trouble like in most of the games. And so that's something that I wish I would have studied a little bit more of when I was younger. I didn't really spend a lot of time on openings, and I wish I would have put a little bit more time into it. So yeah, that's what I would say. Mr. Nelgen, are you asking about for Chess Fives Academy? Yeah, we've talked about that, but yes, maybe at some point. We're working on that. There's a bit of ongoing maintenance that might be required for that unless we can completely automate it, which I'm not sure what exactly that would look like. But yes, we've talked about it. So maybe at some point, not right now, but hopefully in the future, we'll do something like that. Yeah. Okay. So 94. It's what we thought was going to happen, right? Age requirement for Chess Vibes Academy? No, there's not an age requirement. It's well, I guess. I mean, everything that I'm posting is 100% family friendly. Like any age can join. I can't obviously, control what every other person in there posts, but everything that I have seen so far has been we haven't had any issues. So I would have no problems saying that kids can join it, at least as it's been right now. But like I said, I mean, you always have the chance that like some random person will say something, but that hasn't happened anyway, if that makes sense. And as far as like the chess skill, even if you're a complete beginner, you can still join Chess Vibes Academy. And it's not just for lower rated players. No, I mean if you're above 1800, you might not get a lot out of it. But even that, I would say there's still stuff that you can get and when we get into the other topics. So we started off with not blundering, which is definitely geared towards beginner intermediate level. But some of the other topics are going to be useful even at slightly higher rating levels. Now, if you're above 20, if you're above 2000, it's probably not exactly tailored for you. But anything below that is definitely good. Does the NM title require norms? No. National Master just gets you just have to get your your federation level to 2200. So I'm in the United States. So if I get my United States Chess Federation rating to 2200, I become a NM. I did that a while ago, and so I get to keep that title even though it's significantly less than IM and GM titles. Does Chess Vibes Academy cost money? Yes, it's about $16 a month if you do like the annual, but it's not currently open. So it, like I said, it's opening in sometime later this summer again, July or August. Okay, that's a move I did not consider, but I guess we can play F3. If we don't play F3, surely we're losing, so we may as well just play it quickly. Interesting decision because they actually stopped me from taking their pawn. Yeah, that was kind of smart. Okay. So I would love to play this and actually swing a rook over here, but can I get away with that? Check, G3, check. Probably not. So then what do we do? Bishop F4 maybe? Because then I could block with the bishop in that situation. Yeah, bishop F4 actually seems pretty reasonable. Trying not to blunder a tactic here. Okay, we're going to go with bishop F4. The idea is to play king F2 and rook H1. I missed this bishop G4 move because I thought the trade was going to happen and I was going to be able to get the pawn over here. But, you know, losing the H-pawn, it's not the end of the world. And in fact, it actually gives us a way to potentially attack the king. So I kind of don't mind this. In Chess Vibes Academy, what's the average median rating? Ooh, good question. Probably like 1,000, maybe, because I know we have people below that. I also know we have people above that, but I feel like I've seen a lot of people that are kind of around 800 to 1,200 range. So yeah, maybe 1,000, I would say. I think it's actually definitely gone up. So like when I launched Breaking 1,500, I would say the average was much less, maybe 700, 800. And I think now it's closer to 1,000, 1,100, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop H6. Okay. What do they want to do? What if I go Queen E3? What's going to happen? Yeah, Queen E3 looks reasonable. If I take King F2 again, there's this check, which I don't like. Checking for tactics. I don't think we're missing anything. Okay, let's do it. So like I said, I am expecting this person is going to start making some mistakes with the time pressure. If they truly are 1700 blitz, this is going to be the moment where they're going to have a rough time with the game. So let's see if that happens. Especially with this H file being open, I'm anticipating some mistakes to start to show up here. Let's see. G5? What? Well, okay, hold up. First question I have is What if we did something like this? So they have to stop the checkmate. I guess they could play f5. We take it. They could also play knight g6. What if I take the knight first and then go there? Bishop goes back to g7. Knight jumps to f5. No, this looks really good for us, I think. f5, we just take. Okay, let's do it. Let's put the pressure here, guys. Let's put the pressure on. We'll take that. We'll go queen e4. So that is a checkmate threat. So they cannot take my knight. So that's checkmate. Bishop g7 is a move. I'm wondering if I... No, we have to go knight f5. I was going to say king f2, but we can't. There's a fork. So we go knight f5. Yeah, opposite color bishop's very tricky. They're going to run out of time. Okay, they have to make a move. They do. I think we're going to go knight f5. I'm just like looking around for some other options, but no, that looks pretty good. Let's go knight f5. Obviously, we take this. The reason why opposite color bishop attacks are so dangerous is the bishop cannot control the other bishop's, you know, whatever this bishop's attacking, this one can't do anything about it, and vice versa. So it definitely helps if you're the attacking player in a position like this, which I am at this moment. So that's good. If their bishop was sitting here threatening these, like I wouldn't be able to stop it, you know? But since it's back here, we're in good shape. They are going to flag if they don't move in 10 seconds. Rook b8. Okay. Probably we're going to go... I want to use the h-file at all costs. And I do not want to trade queens. So... we go here. We hit him this way. If you step into the h-file, you're going to run into rook h1. Check, but I have c5. Yeah, this should be winning for us, actually. Should be totally winning. Just have to do it the right way here. We have rook h1. We have queen here, 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 here. Okay. The problem with rook h1 is they could play h6, right? So I believe what we should do is go queen e4, because now you can't play h6. Although I guess there's queen here. No, but then I can go back and then again. Oh, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? That's interesting. We could go rook h1, then queen f5. Oh, wait a second. Then if you go here, it's going to cost you at least a pawn. I really want more than that, though. I really want more than that. How do we get more? Yeah, the problem with this is they're going to go queen g6. Then I can move back. They're just going to go back. Doesn't help us. So we need to find a different idea. Rook h1, h6 is the issue. Yes, we can go there. And yes, we can take it, but I really don't want to trade queens if we don't have to. There's got to be a winning idea here. We can play d6, but does that really do anything? We can play c6, but does that really do anything? Maybe. Maybe we're going to just change plans and get a queen over here. Yeah, that's really interesting, guys. I guess I could go here h6, rook h5, rook h1, double up the rooks, but we're still not quite ready to sacrifice anything. We could sack the bishop, check, he goes back. We don't have a follow-up, though. We don't have a follow-up. Okay. This is tempting, though. There's a fork, so they have to deal with that. We could also play bishop f5. Like if I just did this and you tried to go there, c7, followed by bishop f5. Oh, I should probably move my rook too. I don't want him to trade. I should probably throw in this move and then take back. Yeah, we don't want him to trade. So we throw that in, then we take, then we go here. Actually, there's check, but I don't think that's a big deal. Check, we just move. Okay, so the idea is we're trying to create threats from all areas here. Maybe I could have actually kept the brick there and let him trade. Yeah, this should be winning, no? How do they stop this? If I want to trade queens, but I don't have to, I can also just get a queen, right? Does it matter? I don't think it matters. We're going to win a rook as long as we don't. So trading queens probably is good. I don't know if you can somehow sack. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it right now. Let's do it right now. Okay, so we have two queens, but we could still lose the game if we're not careful. If I sack and the king takes, it's game over. So the bishop has to take. Oh, this is actually really fascinating. Maybe I just go queen c5. Just shut off what the queen is trying to do. There's no checks. Well, if you take, that's annoying, actually. Hold on. Why is this so difficult, guys? It should not be this difficult, right? Maybe I just go here. Is this a safe move? Check, I move. This should be safe. Check, I move. I run over there. He has nothing. Okay. Okay, I think we just move, right? This is not a problem. Take back here with the rook. Okay. I think we did it. I think we did it. I'm just going to run over here and hide. And I'm up a rook, right? Okay, he's opening up the bishop, so we have to be careful. But if I take this, I don't think he has anything. Let's defend and threaten checkmate. He stops it. Okay, we'll offer the queen trade. Now I'm going to swing this rook back over, I think. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. That's a mistake. Okay. Interesting game. Let's see what the engine says about that. It says I have 2 brilliant moves. We'll see if those hold up through the game review. Okay, we did have 2 brilliant moves. We were losing at one moment. Wow. All right. Let's take a look. Fascinating game there. So knight c3 is good. Knight f3 is fine. h3 is good. Bishop e3 is good. Rook c1 was good. Castling was good. So I did all the right stuff here. Oh, engine says maybe queen d2. It's a little bit better than queen e2. But no, it says queen e2 is fine. Okay. Okay. That was the best move. Queen h5. Okay. Rook f8. Takes. 95. Well, I think this guy played a really great game until the end, which makes you wonder what was going on. But like, I think it might have just been like I said, like they're just, when they could think, they're very strong, and when they can't, they just make blunders. That's one explanation. There are other explanations, but I'm not going to mention it. Yeah, and they started to make mistakes when they got below 2 minutes. And that's when we turned the game around. Now, that being said, ooh, brilliant queen move. That's a cool one. Queen up there, brilliant. Yeah, okay, that's fine. When did I mess up? Oh, it was right here? This is winning for black? Oh, they just take the pawn. Are you kidding me? They let me do this? No. No. See, these are the type of ideas that I will miss in my games, even OTB games, because I, like, not even for a second thought that they could just let you take that, but it's actually fine. You just go there. The bishop, it goes back to the bishops, right? The bishop is totally controlling these dark squares with the queen. We can't ever do anything about that. I'm never going to be able to put a rook there. Even if I had like a battery here, like I'm going to have to sacrifice so many pieces. It just doesn't make sense. So they didn't even have to keep that pawn. They just run over there. And then now they have these pawns and they're winning. Wow. So I should have taken with the pawn. Just leave this here. It was the right thing to do. Okay, but they blundered. We took. Queen. Yeah, queen c2. Okay. We had two brilliant queen moves in the same game, but with a different queen. That's got to be a first. That's got to be a first. Has anyone ever even seen that before? We had the brilliant queen move earlier with this queen. Now we get a new queen and we have another one right here. Whoa. That's exciting stuff. So, okay, let me explain this, by the way, too. So the way you want to think about this position is the only thing that matters really is do we get checkmated or not? Right? Is this queen going to come in and checkmate us with the help of the rook? Our king is very exposed, the queen and the rook very powerful. So the fact that we go here and lose a queen, like, who cares? If we get a rook, we're still going to be up a bunch of material. And if we stop checkmate, that's all we need to do, right? You don't want to be greedy and, yeah, make a bad move. Now, queen c5 that I was thinking about is actually playable too, but this is good for black. So if you're going to play queen c5, oh, wow. Okay. This is crazy stuff, guys. All right. So queen c5. All right. That's a great move because it blocks the queen. Cool. It stops the checks. It's defended by the rook. That's fantastic. The problem is if we... Wait. I was going to say the problem is we lose the bishop and we lose the rook. Oh, yes. Okay. So what you need to do is after they take you, you throw in a random check. You throw in another random check, because look at the queen controlling that square, and only now do you take. So essentially what you did was saved your rook by sacrificing your bishop, which is because you were going to lose it anyway. You're going to lose the bishop and the rook, and this way you only lost the bishop. What a brilliant idea. I didn't see that at all. That's why I didn't play queen c5, because I don't know if I would have noticed that. But queen c2 is also just great, and we are fine now. It's important to take back with the rook. If you take with the bishop, this is obviously going to be a losing position. You lose all your rooks. Wow. Very tricky game. Very tricky game. Okay. That's crazy, guys. All right, let's play one last game. Here we go. Last one. Last one for the stream. All right. Pablo. We've played them before a couple times. Okay, let's go. I don't think we even... Do we even get any points if we win this game? Oh, we get 2 points. Okay. That's something. It's something. Okay, London. Let's see what I can do with the Jobava London. Do I remember anything? A6. I know we're going to go E3. E6. I'm pretty sure the line I looked at was A3. Because you stop these shenanigans here. And against this, I'm going to just let them take if they want to. I don't think it's such a bad thing for us if they take this bishop. Okay. They go B6. Interesting. Now it's probably an okay time to jump a knight in here. Let's do it. Bishop B7, I would expect. Ooh, I would love for them to play this move. You guys see that? What are we going to do if they go here? Does anybody see? Really cool move. They're not going to do it, but if they did, yeah, too bad. We would actually trap their queen. Smothered. We would smothered checkmate the queen. It's pretty funny. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I get overly excited about those things. We could throw the pawns forward, but they haven't castled yet, so maybe we should just slow our roll for just a second. Bring out our bishop or something. Or just bishop e2 maybe. Just keep it... I don't know. I think expanding over here actually is kind of annoying for black. We could even start with the h4. Then g4, g5 is coming really quickly. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to expand over here, regardless of if they castle or not. I think it's a smart play. h6, okay, whatever. Let's go g4. Sometimes you do this because you want to attack a king. Sometimes you do it just because you kind of want to gain a bunch of space, you know? That's what's happening here. I think g5 is good. Probably. We could play f3 first to keep the knight from jumping in, because if we play here and they jump in, that's actually kind of annoying. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let the knight come in here first. Now we're going to play g5. I just saw this question. What do you rate the modern Scandi out of 10? If you are below 2000, I think it's fantastic. I think like 8 or 9 out of 10, because you get surprise value. You can study the opening very well. You're most likely your opponents have not studied it very well. It's tricky. There's lots of cool line, like super great. When you get to like, 22, 23, 24, 2500, you start to run into annoying little things like bishop b5 check lines that cause you problems, or like players who just know exactly where their pieces are supposed to go and they don't fall for any of the tricks, and then it's just not as good. So above 2000, maybe it's like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Below 2000, like 8 or 9 out of 10. Okay, what is this move? What is this move? Queen b8? Where is that queen going? All right, I have no idea. Let's play g5. Wait a second. If I play g5, they're going to take me, aren't they? So do I need to play rook g1 here first or what? G2. Let's play rook g1, get away from the shenanigans. Now we can play g5. But I don't care about that one. All right, let's go ahead. Ah, but now they... Okay, hold on. Yeah, I forgot about this move. They do have this move. I didn't... Oh, I know why they went queen b8. Oh, that's clever. They wanted their bishop to be defended. Wow, this guy is pretty slick, actually. That was very smart, actually. Okay. I mean, my instinct is we should play the move g6 while we can. We should play g6 while we can to completely undermine these light squares. They can't just ignore it because it's such a powerful threat. So they're probably going to take with the knight. If we take, then they could take with their knight. So if here, I take with the pawn first, they take, I take. Their king is I want f7. Still not clear what I'm going to do. F4 is interesting. Oh, this is a bit tricky. We can also take on d7. That's interesting too. Yeah, if we take on d7. Oh, wait a second. If we take on d7, they have to take with the king. We can trade the bishops. We can play f4. We hit the knight. The knight is trapped. So they have to play the move g6. But they have g6. Problem is f5. Man, I just really feel like we should play g6 regardless, but I don't know if it's worth it. After knight takes, pawn takes. What am I going to do? Queen d3. Aha, queen d3 is an interesting move. Yes, then we can castle, then we can attack the king. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Let's go. Sometimes I was reading a book. Oh, it's right here. I have it right here. I'm going to share this with you guys because this was really interesting. So this book, How to Become a Deadly Chess Tactician. I've had it for a while. It's an older book. Yeah, 2002. But it's pretty cool. I don't know if I've actually completely gone through it. I want to. And I've been going through it as part of my training. But I read something that was like, yeah, lines up with my style, I think. So Rudolf Spielmann was a good attacking player. And he said he believes strongly in the role of intuition rather than exhaustive calculation in assessing whether to play a sacrifice. He said, how difficult is it at times to see correctly a few moves ahead with all their variations, and how often has such a useless waste of energy led to nervous exhaustion? The expert chess player must be good at analysis, but he must not overdo it. Faith in the position is required, and faith in oneself. And yeah, he said some other stuff, but it was basically like you can't always calculate every possible thing in a chess. Like it's just impossible. So you have to sometimes trust your judgment, right? That like, yes, this should work out, and you know, do that. So that's what we're going to do here. So I'm trusting my judgment on this that his king is going to be really a good target for us with moves like queen d3. Now, the question here is I'm down a piece, so I should probably take it back. But then the knight takes. I wanted to be able to play queen d3. I guess we could go bishop d3 as well. So takes, bishop d3. What's going to happen? If you take here, I take here. If you take here, I take here. Looks super dangerous. I think I should just take and go bishop d3. The problem with taking and then trying to do it is the queen is in a really great place to defend. So I think we go boom, boom, boom. We go here. If you take, I take. You take, I take. Yeah, you don't have time to get the queen involved. Okay, let's see. Am I missing something? If you take my bishop. I don't think so. Let's do that. He's going to go knight e5. And I'm going to go bishop d3. And I don't think, let's see, hold on. If I take and play f4, check. Yeah, no, we can't. There's a check there. Let's do the original line, bishop d3. Okay, so we're threatening this. We have a pin. Okay, we're still threatening this. We have an attack on the queen. If the knight takes, we will take back. If the queen comes in, we have a check and a check. And I mean, again, I didn't calculate everything, but I'm kind of just trusting that surely that will lead to a great position for us. I guess I could be wrong. Hey, Marion, welcome back. So here, I guess there is this move, and then the queen f7. I'm just looking at that now, but I mean, even there, just drop back. We are sneaking over here. We're sneaking over here. We're one move away from castling, where our king is going to be super safe, and we're just going to have a party hunting down black's king, is what it looks like. Unless they can figure out a way to stop me from going here, but I don't see how. g5, I'm going to be just taking it. Check. You go, no, you can't go there. Yeah, this is like the only line. Then queen e5 looks really good. Oh, rook g8. Interesting. So what's the deal here? You're just going to move your king? Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that's a move. Okay, okay. I didn't see that. But still, check castle. I mean, we have all these pieces in the attack. I'm going to go forward with it. I'm going to go forward. And even if they take here, I'm just going to tuck my king. No problem. Yeah, we need more pieces. So let's do it. Let's do it. My king looks very safe. Black's king looks very not safe. And I know I have such a way with words. But yeah, we're just going to try to somehow get a checkmate. I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe a sacrifice here or here. Maybe definitely not a queen trade. I mean, we have 5 pawns and black has 7 pawns, so we definitely don't want to trade queens. queen g3 or queen h5. I'm going to go here. So we do have a threat, queen c7. Black needs to deal with that. But I'm also setting up something else, which... Is it time to unleash it? Unfortunately, I don't think it works. Check, the king just goes back. What am I going to do? Check. Sorry, not there. The king goes here. That's what the king does. The king goes here. What am I going to do? Check. They just go queen e7. So we need something better. Let's bring more pieces into the attack. It's not really doing anything here anymore. Okay. So now what? I mean, okay, we could think about taking and then pinning it, but the problem is if the king takes, what am I going to do? Check. They move, then what? I have nothing. So that's no good. 94. Okay, we could still pile on, but they're going to have rook c6. Can we consider a wild and crazy move here? I'm sorry, guys. I just don't see anything better than this. It seems like it's not the right decision to trade more pieces, but how else do I keep attacking? Knight a4? I mean, just pushes? What is my knight doing over there? Nothing. Okay, so let's do this. All right, this will be the last game. We passed the 4-hour mark, so I am mentally just done here. It would be nice to end on a win, but I'm not so confident. Seems like black is somehow holding on, but let's see. We still have a lot of attacking potential, I think. I thought they were going to take this knight immediately. Because are you really going to let me go here next move? Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. I did not think so. So I want to go here. They do have like rook c6. But then we can add another attacker. Okay, they're trying to counterattack, but they wouldn't have time to do that because we would take them. So let's go ahead with that. And then it's a question of how do we... Yeah, rook here. So if we take, they take. We have a check. We have a check. Looks like the best we have is a perpetual. And actually, no, we don't. They would get away. Would get away. So we don't even have that. So f4, f5 is an idea, but then we block off our queen. h5 to just kind of cement these pawns is an idea. So let's say I do play f4, and my plan is to play f5 next. They could play g6 and say, I don't think so. And then what am I doing? h5 then, and then I push. Then they just take it. They just take it. So that's not going to work. Or we go h5 first. Of course, they can't. Well, I say they can't. I don't think they can take me because I take them here, but I don't know if that's totally winning. But h5 looks good, I think. h5 looks pretty solid. Queen here. We slide over. We're threatening that. Yeah, queen g5 is an annoying move, isn't it? It is an annoying move. Maybe I should play f4 for. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let's play f4 first. It's a toss up here for me between which one to do first. Pablo is defending quite well. Good news is my king is like really safe at the moment. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last if these pawns start coming down, but for now, we're really safe. The issue, though, is I don't really see how we can improve our attack. If we can't get f5 in at the right moment, like I don't know what we're going to do. Unless black makes a mistake, but it doesn't seem like they're really making any mistakes. So we might just have to be patient and see if it happens eventually. So yeah, f5 now, they just take. We take, they take, we go check, they're going to get away. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try to stop these pawns from moving. Okay, queen f5, So option 1, what happens if we try to poke at the queen? They take, we take, they take, I have nothing, can't do that. What happens if I go check? I don't know. I guess I'm down to cheap tricks at this point. Cheap tricks. What else can I do? Basically, I'm hoping he doesn't see that I'm attacking his rook. I'm going to go here and take his rook. It's like a one move threat. It's pretty obvious. What you call cheap tricks, I call strategy. I have like maybe one more cheap trick to try, but I'm really running out of them, to be completely honest with you guys. I am really running out of cheap tricks here. Yep. That's what I was afraid of because now I can't even get through. Unless we can sack. Hold on. Takes, check. If the king comes up, we get this. No, it doesn't work, guys. It doesn't work. I wish it did, but it just doesn't work. If they take the pawn, I think we have a draw, but it's possible I miscalculated something. But I think I see a perpetual check if they take the pawn. Takes. Okay, let's see if I'm correct. Takes, check. If you go up, I go here and I get my rook back and I'm going to be winning. So you have to go back. You have two options. If you go here, I can go check and take my rook back. So you have to go here. Then I can go check. You have to go here or here. If you go here, I go check. Actually, I don't even know if I have perpetual check in that situation. Check, king there. I don't think I do, actually. Man, I thought I did. Now I don't think so. Unbelievable. My last trick. My last trick. Try to sneak in the other way. Here we take. Here we take. Here we take. Here we go in anyway. If this doesn't work, I'm done. I'm going to go eat some dinner, take a nap. Actually, I need to work out. I need to work out too. That's why I played A4. I was keeping this option open. But Pablo seems pretty sharp. So I'm expecting he's going to find something here. I don't know what. Okay, so he decides to give me this one. I guess I'll take another one while I'm at it. I'm really interested to check the game review on this one. Like, I'm wondering if I'm just missing stuff here or if he's just playing a fantastic game. I seem to remember having some interesting games against this person in the past, like a long time ago. Do I take that pawn or not? Keep this one or take that one, right? That's the question. I'm going to take it. Unfortunately, this doesn't do anything except force a queen trade, and we have 2 against 0, which means I lose. So we cannot do that. So what can we do? What can we do? He's also going to take this, by the way. Oh, I didn't see that one. This guy doesn't miss a trick, does he? Or maybe he does. How about this? How about this one? Here, check. Okay. Here, I'm at least going to get those pawns. I just wanted an easy and peaceful last game. That's all I wanted. I didn't sign up for this. I did not sign up for this. Well, I have to believe I should be better because my king is safer, but so check here. Takes check, he block. Let's not do that. Okay, that seems like a blunder. It's probably still a draw though, right? Okay, but I can't lose anymore, probably. If he trades queens, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, he doesn't trade queens. Okay, what do we do here, guys? Check there. Does he have some crazy tricks? I don't think so. Oh, he goes there. I just want to get a fork. That's it. I just want a fork. Or maybe I want to checkmate. I don't know. I mean, if he plays b4, I'm going to just take it, I think. Alternatively, I don't have time, so we got to just go for it, I guess. Hopefully I don't blunder something here. Wait, why does this look like some type of composed puzzle where you have to like find the winning move? That's what it looks like, right? Take that, Pablo. Ah, okay. Okay, we did it. I gotta check this game. I gotta check this game. Oh, man. Wow. I was just doing fine the whole time? But he was doing fine also? Okay. So apparently, he wasn't really playing great moves, but he wasn't playing bad moves either. Even like Queen B8, it's like, it's not a great move, but it's not really a bad move. G6 was not the right idea. He should have taken with the knight. I feel like this happens every time I play Pablo. I feel like it's just like, it's like somehow he's not really playing great, but I'm not playing great. It's like, it's a weird thing. It's like something about the style of the player, I think. Yeah, we get a nice attack, but there's nothing there. Okay, so we do this. All right, we have to trade. We get the, okay, he defends. Best move is King F7. Second best move is Rook F7. Okay. Queen F5. It's just a draw. It's just a draw. And by the way, the sacrifice that I was looking at does not work because King D8, King E7, and you just sneak over to F6. Yep, exactly. Gets away. However, apparently I had a winning move here. I had a winning move here that I did not see. Rook to E5 is a winning move. What is... What? Okay, the queen has to move. Let's just say the queen moves. I'm sorry. After you move the queen, now you can do it? Oh, because you have queen d5 now. Oh, guys. Oh, and also this doesn't work because you take this one. So the queen, wow. The queen was holding everything together on h5. It was stopping the queen d5. It was defending the rook. So all you have to do is chase it away, and then you're in business. And if they play g5, you have f5 as well as another way to do it. Okay, wow, that is... Have I mastered the queen versus rook checkmate well enough to do a tutorial video? No, and I probably won't be because I don't feel like that's the best use of my time. It's super complicated. It is not easy at all. Like even once I thought I knew it, I practiced it against the computer and it was like still getting draws, you know, like it's it's very very complicated. And you're probably like realistically only going to face it what maybe once in your life, if that. So probably not going to be doing it. Okay. So, man, rook e5. Okay, we missed that. So we win here. He plays this one. Gives me some pawns. We trade that, get another pawn. And we're still a draw. We go back. He goes back. We sneak around. Still a draw. It's still a draw. It's still just a draw. Okay, we pick up the pawn. I think even this is a draw. Let's see what the table base says. Yeah, table base is on. Table base. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. See this? Any move that black plays leads to a draw. Any of these moves. And of course, if they do something crazy like sack their rook, they'll lose. But apart from that, it's a draw. So they could have just done that. They could have just taken it. Okay, they decided to keep the queens on the board. That was apparently their big mistake, and then that was the really big mistake. Right, I played the wrong move. Rook e6. Now was the time to go for the checkmate. This is defended. This is defended. If they try to defend, queen e4 hits this. And what are you Are you threatening queen e1? Is that what's going on? Yes, you're threatening queen e1. If they go here, you have a checkmate. This is great. This is like a composed problem. Rook e4 cuts off the king. Now you're going to mate him on c1. Oh, my. And if the queen tries to stop you, there's a mate on b4. So that's one thing. And if they try to defend with the queen, now you just play c3, threatening, I guess, b4, and the queen's going to mate. So they have to play b4, but now you go check. They block. You take. You go here. You go here. You have a forced mate in 13 moves. Mate in 13, if anybody wants to find it. Queen d1. King goes here. Now you go check like this. Then you fork them. What is happening? Queen b2? Queen a2? And finally you take the queen. Okay. Oh, I forgot even which move started this line because it was so long. Okay. Oh, that was if we would have played rook e6 like we were supposed to. Okay. But I played c3, which is the wrong move because they could have played rook c6. Thankfully, they did not. We take. And finally, I'm on to something here with my queen checks. With my queen checks, and then bam, this is such a cool move because it looks like my queen is hanging, right? But no, it's pinned. It's pinned. And finally, we did it. We did it. Oh, Mrs. Chess Vibes is in the chat. Yes, that's my wife. That's Kristen. That means it's time to go eat dinner. If she's in the chat. I'll see you guys later then on that note. Good game to end on. Beautiful little checkmate there. I mean, imagine just walking up to a board and seeing this position. You probably would wonder, how did this happen? Well, you guys know exactly how it happened. I will see everybody next time. I have about 9 days, I think, until the first OTB tournament back in about a year. So, yeah, should be exciting. I'm excited anyway. Take it easy, Rob. Thanks for being here. As usual, Steven, you guys are the best. See you next time, everybody. Stay sharp. Play smart.